There we go. I thought my model wasn't working for a second. I just didn't turn on my headset. Silly me. Anyway, welcome everyone to another Ace Attorney stream. We are on episode 5 of Dual Destinies, Turnabout for tomorrow, and I'm very excited to start. I also am just back from Icon, so if you want to see how that went, I have all my posts up on Instagram or TikTok, whichever one you want to look at. So, yeah, check it out. And we'll start right away. No one can escape their past. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. Alright, this seems like it's gonna be a heavy episode. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. Oh, how could I forget? Well, I can see how I could forget. I had a very busy weekend. But oh my god, how did I forget that Athena was taken away? She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. Oh yeah, they're both gone, aren't they? That sucks. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. I don't think it's any of your fault, Phoenix. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty, too. Well, half of you are missing. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. But now, Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and the murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. but Athena's prints were found on it instead, and she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I can't figure it out. Ugh, where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocent. Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Okay, what do I have left? Oh, I still have a lot left. Okay. Quite a bit to work with. Let's go to the Space Center. There's gotta be somebody we missed or something like that. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead! Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Alright, let's keep moving then. I hope somebody talks to us. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquainted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then you know what? She flashed me a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back on her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then you can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So, there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a .10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell, but it was in the Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much, man. I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launch Pad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the launch pad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used for tourist attraction, right? Right. 'Cause, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't you come along? I can show you around. Ooh, what's this? Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes? There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know, if they were stuck to the bottom of someone's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way. Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. I wouldn't sell that so quickly. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right. That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into boarding lounge 2. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Okay. Do you know anything about this piece of evidence? No. Sorry, I'm so useless. No, it's alright. There's no need to get all depressed. Let's see. Do you know anything about this piece of... Okay, no, not that one. I feel like I should show him something. No, not that either. I don't know. No, not that one. Not that one either. Okay. Hmm. Um. Okay. Well, I don't think I can do anything here. There's no real new places to go. I guess we can just go back to the entrance for now. Maybe Cosmos has returned or somebody else. There we go. Ugh. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name, reverse course and full speed away. Director Cosmos, wait. Oh my god, stop running away. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that. Gah! The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife throwing was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. Probably. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's going to blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Nah, please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. Nah. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psyche locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. Well... Guess we can try and break it now. Nowhere else to go right now, anyway. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see, where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it. To fool the bomber to prevent the bombing, to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion. Humph. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he had been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terrain to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Ah! Someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How is he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because, I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut safety. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe in it so completely? But because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see? AKA, a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, "It's been a while?" And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle? The Hat One Miracle. That epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Yeah, didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in that fight. Sabotage? Murder? Is this the ugly truth beyond the Hat One miracle? I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murderer at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must have been the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Blackquill? Convicted of the murder at the space station 7 years ago.
Take that!
Simon Blackquill, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and the time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackquill was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackquill. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? Okay, so why did you switch the launch pads? The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So, Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. And that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such an awful events were beyond this exciting story of space heroism. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. Speaking of a leaf, we did find one. Anyway, at the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean someone who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not like all the surprising, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. The spy. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, I got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. And the same MO as last time. Yes, And here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackquill seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? Similar. Not exactly the same thing, I would think. But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then 7 years ago, the same MO advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advanced warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs sign in the door to launch pad 1 in the boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terrain. But you didn't want Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort... Terrain is dead, and the hat too is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful space center is done for. Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? Didn't we see it in the waiting room? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terrain. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are there? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terrain's murder. The capsule has been held in a safe in Launchpad 1. But I gave it to Terrain before the incident, so it wouldn't have been destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terrain's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. Oh, the one in the courtroom. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens. Great! Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during our investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion, and planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So, you really think the same spy is behind the incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackquill has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackquill told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too. So if we can find this Phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. But then there's a matter of Prosecutor Blackquill, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit from 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, that would mean Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's gonna be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like an achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go to the Space Museum. Okay. Have fun spinning. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team. There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackquill, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everyone looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Well, like I said last case, where's the woman on the right? Like, we don't know who she is at all. And why hasn't anyone mentioned her? Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope Scope probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. You know, seeing how destroyed it is, I would assume so? Hat 1 exhibit added to the court record. Hello? Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Oh, sorry. Alright, where was I? Mr. Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. Oh, so the mystery person is Athena's mom, I guess. But why was the psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Oh, the... Oh! Okay, I'm just realizing everything. The backflash of... Or the flashback... Flashback of, Athena covered in blood. The murder from 7 years ago was probably her mom. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Athena's mom, in the robotics lab. She was murdered. What? What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, on, she never let on at all. It was so, I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Prof. Courtier's case. That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. Probably to cover up her real emotions. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine a Athena that's shy and keeps to herself like that. And she never left the space center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. Oh, her psychology thing. When she went to crowded spaces, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around her. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore those big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mom made them for her as part of her research. Huh. I wonder what kind of research it was. I'm hoping she just was born with this special ability and her mom wasn't doing experiments on her or something. Because of her special ability, Thena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the space station a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the space center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. I guess it would be this. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look, there's Thena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metasykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why? Yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch, just as suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the crime prosecutor Blackquill was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. My thoughts exactly. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell you the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Toney, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he's saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around here and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Ha ha ha. I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. You, what nerve you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, You're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine then. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. Sorry, just trying to plug in my keyboard quickly. Alright. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it. I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was, but that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psyche locks, so I guess you must not be lying. Pardon me? I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out, piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like this geek switch has been activated. Alright. We got the phony Fanty bomb again. Been a while since we've had this in our inventory. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwill's special brand of questioning. Ah, anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Daddy, look over there. Let me guess. Oh! Not who I expected to see. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? That's who I expected to see. Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackquill? I wonder what they're talking about. Well, come to spoil our fun? Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Ha ha ha. Grr, Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know, if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Phew, all of this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terrain, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Terrain? So, that's Apollo you're talking to. But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terrain, how are your injuries? Mr. Terrain? Mr. Terrain, how are your injuries? Mr. Terrain? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right, and I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, so no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why don't you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk, In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about the incident too. It'll help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo, come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. Tisk, if you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Oh my. Good. Gah! Yes! Who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger than... Yikes. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. But then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Meta Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. And 2 navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Gah! Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Dr. Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Dr. Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, and now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. Hahaha. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay? I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Huh. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. Oh, peripherals. Jeez. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackquill, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackquill's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-slash-student relationship, he treated her more like a loyal samurai would treat his, sovereign? Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why would you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she was Metis's daughter after all, although she's nothing like her, besides. Does the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around her? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when she ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. Oh, yeah, she went completely blank when she saw Aura. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you two people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack the person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Clonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch! Don't push. My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ah. Yeah, that's about as well as I thought that would go. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. Huh. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Huh. Wow. Phoenix is all alone now. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Huh. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Could she be talking about Maya? Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. Well, speak of the devil. Maya's letter, I'm guessing? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something, although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Psyche locks, Maya was the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick. Ah! Eek! Oh, it's you, Pearls. Hey, Pearly. You're quite a bit older now. She's not so tiny anymore. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya Faye's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So, Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You'd better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, time to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill if I want to learn more about this case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Pearl. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please, see if I care. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Fool Bright saved your case in the court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackquill, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But, as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono. This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackquill, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for someone to call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear that from? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard! The guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackquill, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. But you would cooperate and C could probably solve both cases. I need to read that again. I got too tongue-twisted with that one. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. Humph, I suppose I could talk. The ones who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackquill. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackquill. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it wouldn't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 case. Prosecutor Blackquill was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer here were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. And the only one, huh? Ouch. That does seem pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. Alright. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? Where he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. If the victims kept on display... Sorry. If it was the victims kept on display in the room, we had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. We can figure it out. But who took this photo, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. The reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures you took. I see. Prosecutor Blackquill's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackquill said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind. I didn't hear anything. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackquill would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something, right now. Nah, I want to do something, I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision? I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackquill putting up any fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? when he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding. That's quite the reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots. The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've held themselves in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy. Oh no. We have to get over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Oh jeez. The riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lure. What do you suppose that group of people are swarming around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people. What's going on here? Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. Why are you not at the office? I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I'm happy. Klonko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did... error? Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him. Gah. Uh-oh. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. He. Ha 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 ha. Klonko? Oh no. Ha ha ha. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. My guessing is that this is Aura's doing, considering the pink face and the horns. Ah! The robots are rebelling. Everyone run! Eek! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Ha 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 ha. Fools! How could you fall for something so cliché? I'm human too, you idiot. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy, is that you? Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here caught... Eek! Girl. This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that the detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here, I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terrain's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now, hold on just a moment. You can't just give in to a demand like that. So, you don't care about what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out, then... No, wait, Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. But promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet. But this hostage taker, could it be? I think it's pretty obvious who it is. If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk Junk kill all the hostages. Princess? Hunk of junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested, and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Recreate it, retry it in court, ask about it. I think we need to retry it in court. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. That's good, real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. What, 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Now, follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way, we're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls, I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Alright, we can finally investigate the robot's lab. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. Ack! It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. And more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Hello there! I knew we would see you eventually. Hey, Edgeworth.
I trust you've been well, Wright.
Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Yes! The whole gang's getting back together. Just need Maya to finish her training. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was prosecutor. But now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? Um, he's chief prosecutor now. Pretty cool. It'll be a year, right? That's great. It's a great position for him. A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. It's starting with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and police notes on them for you to see. Okay. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, see? Alright. I also have the autopsy report for you. Metis's autopsy report added to the court record. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana, found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor. I hear that his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackquill have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right, and there's another suspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right, how on earth Do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat One miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackquill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now, all I have to do is comb the room for evidence. Let's do it together. Alright. These secrets are definitely getting out now that Pearl knows about it. This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I am the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron GTO2. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. No sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So, it was long gone by the time someone took the picture, huh? But you can see the probe in the newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. What strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So, the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackquill is the culprit. See. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule? Which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Paulo and Aura Blackquill. I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this. It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, isn't he? Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically to charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these tiny parts are finger bones. They're about as long as my legs. But there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. Yeah. Alright, what's on this side of the room? Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Klonko. Can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackquill Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholaminé imbalance. Whatever that means. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for an alternate expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackquill was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackquill's research. Plonko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes designed. Plonko sears features. I can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. A heartbeat detection system. Oh, sorry. I was reading the thing. I didn't realize that he was gonna read it down here too. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Don't tell me Athena's a robot. She's a human, right? She better be. Hey, let's see, what is this? It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, and it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie. Yeah, don't touch random buttons. You don't know what they're gonna do. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Yeah, just don't push anything. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to do. But Miss Blackquill was climbing down the side of the building. She saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow, after all. You asked me to prove Blackwell's innocent, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back? Yep, the Blackquill case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been in one in a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the one other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. You were not good at that job. Stay as a lawyer, please. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's all for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. You better. The dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? Humph. The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackquill. Who else would put her who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocent. And then maybe she'll release the hostages? I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So, I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Bad it will. Well, we can finally talk to Athena again. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Heh. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself, she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was no sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anyone in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display? That was Dr. Sykes? But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy, and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think that you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy, because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So, during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anyone else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice, and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said she had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots can understand people? I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Woods said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only thing my mother had left with but just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for her research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did, because that's what I want to believe too. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her the paper I found in the robotics lab. Paper. No, not that. Where is it? Autopsy report. Oh, this. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo, too. Haha, see Plonko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends beside Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Plonko. But in the end, my mother would just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me, what she could do. Little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackquill might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart? You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Oh, whoops. Dang it. I swear it was on the other one. But that is a good question. Why did she become a lawyer? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, come on. I want to know why she did become a lawyer. There we go. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I become a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that my psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty when I studied it. I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackquill is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocent, personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the famous legal trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackquill. I heard some prisoner guard say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to, back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. What, we are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no. But this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. Just use the exploded courtroom. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait. We still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I can do. Nah, the cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. There must have really been something, although weird, is par for the course with you. A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Like I said. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? I wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of the courtroom number 4, the one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial is an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Heh. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention, it's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackquill? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See, you and the mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about, Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No. Jeez. No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. And that's our end of investigation time. Time to continue to the trial. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks. According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Gulp. Athena, could you... Or, not Athena. Pearls, can you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and energy. And you can't do that if I'm there? I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now my mind is at ease. I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off, and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Well, it's cleaned up a little bit. Courtroom, or some phasmil. I need to learn how to pronounce that word. Give me a second. Facsimile. 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 There we go. I knew that word, I just didn't know how it was spelled. So there we go. Court, or some facsimile, therefore of, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, you old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Humph. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. Odious? I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind the case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and the glory shall be restored to our legal system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to convey for someone else. Or not convey, cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the court of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
I love this. Oh, that was perfect. This immense tension between us is like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end his insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, A spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth? Humph. No need for the Chief Prosecutor, but, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So, he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Station Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim's psychologist, Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackquill, but we must follow proper procedure to these things, you know? Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Of course. Bobby Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. Uh-huh. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She says she's too busy with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best, I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation, and through her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackquill's notes on the investigation she conducted, and I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling chase? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that in one in the lab, but they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackquill used the case to steal the rock. But they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera capturing footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside of the Space Center grounds. Speaking of, after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? She was found on the fifth floor of the Space Center, in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. But there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena's special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting... I've done my best to delegate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Order. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I can hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. Alright. Are you sure there was no one else small enough to also fit inside that case?
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in that case? I think it was The moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at that scene, but Prosecutor Blackquill used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. But that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? I think it's our only option right now. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested to hear your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken right after Prosecutor Blackquill left, correct? All we have to do is compare it with this photo of Prosecutor Blackquill to see what's missing. Okay. If you took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Alright. It's the 3 cases, window, the sword, some parts, some weird wrapped up thing. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackquill take from the scene of the murder? Okay, let me just look at the other photo for a second. Okay, the sword was still there. Maybe the weird wrap thing on the cart? That's gone.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Ahem. Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there is another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in that case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
Well, we know who did that. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technology illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot arm it belonged to. The picture here.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Plonko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child, but I cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackquill. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackquill make Plonko fit into the case by dismantling her or compacting her? Dismantling. Of course Plonko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackquill had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble everything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana he used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackquill, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwill's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of at the time of the murder. Ah! My head, my body, where am I? Gah! Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer. to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the onset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. He always is. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackquill from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. It's hardly evidence. I have proof. The serge coat Prosecutor Blackquill was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Nah. Order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? You heard me. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Humph. Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore. With him. Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko! What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anyone inflexible. Haha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just a moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem that the robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I didn't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There's no more data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did not indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget this witness is still a machine. Being a robot is understanding the capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statement need to be the witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon before this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to be they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I was recharging, I went into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and a valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Matis, and then Mommy Matis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There's no data after that point. Well, we know what the error was. Mommy Matis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. See, but you were in sleep mode, so maybe you still witnessed something? I don't know. We'll press for now. I don't want to believe too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mommy Matis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how is Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see, the moment she fell down, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know, I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of stabbing. Nah. After Mummy Matus's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Punka must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Gotta say there is. She was found on the other side of the room. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Mummy Matus found down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Right, well, let's find that photo. This one, probably.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim was moved. The defendant moved the victim was moved. Yeah. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only other explanation is that the victim walked into the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more. Oh, not the tisk tisk tisk. Right. It's been 8 years and you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. It can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest to move the body? Don't you know, it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things. Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko! I believe you say you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large into the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. Us robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Gah! Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell me? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over her chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. And she didn't, so that means a face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't have been able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then used the robot. She moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear and disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom was just put her... But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines healed in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you would word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, All I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table? No, don't say another word, just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth. She was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Humph. Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of rational consideration in every possibility.
Objection!
Of every possibility. But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It makes repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did not want to make it appear as if it had never happened. But that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. But Prosecutor Blackquill? Humph. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? 7 years for 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. And don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness. I will take the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill. Please go ahead. It is really looking like he was just trying to protect her. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. I'm sorry, that's not possible. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell, merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You could hardly take shock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself, and she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved the heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackquill, are you trying to even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackquill's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the dikes or... Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackquill. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackquill. You selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, and it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really going to happen? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so badly, even now. I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwill's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwill's testimony. Athena, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power may just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykestone. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is on a vise. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you've found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackquill innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackquill, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. Okay. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Happy and mad. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And that one's happy. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. Okay. Well, let's think in the way that... Oh, he did want to commit this murder. Why was he happy to see Athena, since she was technically in his way? This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. But when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Oh, all the way down to 40. Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Gah! The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, then bit by bit. Could you update to his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in. Why are you so sad now? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yeah, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Yeah. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just as convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objection was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research project. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to another experiment, I thought, as I went to see? Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is the story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright, how are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, great. Well, then he just told a bunch of lies, though. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackquill is lying somewhere in his testimony, as a matter of fact. He's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give a verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains finally.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? I'm gonna tackle his emotions first. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Got it. I heard crying from the next door. Of course I was worried. Sad and shocked makes sense. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Does surprise make sense, though? I don't think it does.
Got it!
How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if you must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko to do it? That's right, she ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Oh my god. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Should we switch over to testimony or should we stay with emotions? Let's switch over to testimony for now. I think there might be an inconsistency in Professor Blackquill's testimony. Alright, let me give you a thorough check then. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics door, and just then. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. I don't think the cutting makes sense, because there's no blood on the blade yet. Let me just... I need to present something. So... should be this one, I guess.
Objection!
Compounding lies on more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of murder, isn't it? How many times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm? Where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency. Nah. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Yeah. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe, it's like a violent whirlpool of something. Or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackquill, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then... I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay. Let's, probe on what the terrible scene was. Terrible scene. Athena? When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? Nah. You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, righto? I give you my word. Now, tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix, right? It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. Her smile with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackquill finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. Well, you were a kid. You didn't understand. Like, it's no one's fault, really. No. No. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother, Athena. I don't believe that. I believe that you found her dead and you were trying to fix her and... You were just a kid who didn't know better. As I said, right? The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used for in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Okay, so something she was definitely born with. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was so much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, you still don't know who killed Athena's mom. No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this? I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. This is not how this is gonna end. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackquill will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. It didn't go down the handle. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? I definitely do.
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childless emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. But because I can see straight into a person's soul. Let's get those psyche locks. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks for you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Alright, there's still a chance somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. Is there a problem with her confession? Please prove it to this courtroom now. It never reached the handle.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get to your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is certainly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it to be hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain this contradiction with her memory means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself, that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The blood was wiped off the weapon. The defendant used a different weapon. I want to say this one. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I've found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So, if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. Alright. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down now. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos? Wait a minute, there is something. There is a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is the other blade that could have been at the crime scene. This? From a set of utility tools placed by Space Center techs. Is the only other blade. But that's the murder weapon in the clay terrain case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terrain's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. A robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around. His tisk. But beside the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know. Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. There is a photo of its contents. You're right. I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine. But isn't there exactly something odd about the design of these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. you are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do. But what significance does that have? It's clearly that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. If that's the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with. Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would you see if you... what pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? Well, that's an easy one. We would see this logo. Ah, wrong button. And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at that brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entryway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with all the tools shown in this photo. The A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the terrain case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot. It would complete the Gaiaxa logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used would have been this one. No. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't have been of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then conceal the knife in her personage until Blackquill carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand, for you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes, and then the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Nah. Nah. Oh, come on, don't give up now. Nah, I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. Nah. But what if... Mr. Wright, you've fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? I don't think it's an option to begin with. No, snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't say anything, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case, thoroughly. Ooh, back to the Danganronpa-esque section. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before we arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Well, it can't be her and her mother, so someone else. A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then, how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. The person hid their face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would still detect their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit would have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Well, they can't can't really disguise themselves as Ponko if Ponko's there. Simon Blackquill. Oh. Maybe they disguised themselves as Metis, which means Athena would have stabbed quote-unquote Metis, but not the real one? The person posed as the victim. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. Yeah. I don't know why I questioned that, but obviously the jacket because it had the barcode in it. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by the time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so we can move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby... I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing to be Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for me?
Objection!
For time. I don't know why I said for me. For time. After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that the smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Huh. You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Clonko's strange malfunction. Mr. Train, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sickbay? Mr. Terrain. But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. So she didn't know about the system. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to possess as her. Or, not possess, pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. Well, let me spell it out for you, Edgeworth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid, because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heartbeat had already stopped beating. What? So does this mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm impossible! I don't know why Edgeworth is so upset. We're proving both parties, like, you know, not guilty. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes, I remember, Athena. What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do to my mother? Ugh, my head. Miss Sykes, are you alright? No. The black psyche locks. They're breaking. Come on. You got this, Athena. Hell yeah. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then, uh, it's alright, I'm here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me in a panic. I grabbed the knife that was there and, he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again. And that time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. And then he kicked me and I passed out. Okay, we're just looking for someone with a stabbed hand now. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom. So I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mother's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that no mask you even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? Hmm. It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has. Yeah, I knew she wouldn't like that. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackquill, this isn't good. A new suspect? Where's the proof of this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Eh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of a masked man's existence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at around about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Matis. And then Mommy Matis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I didn't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Matis was really the killer in disguise, right? Then he must have had come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Before 2 p.m. Space Museum. Okay, nothing there. Newspaper. That's the coat. Crime corridor. That doesn't have a time on it. Weapon. Photo. 2 photos. Victim body. Mask is still there. Moon rock was stolen. Equipment. Japanese on the wall. Is there anything? No, nothing else there. Cause of death. Estimated time of death between 1 and 3 p.m. on October 7th. Cause of death, instant death due to a stab wound in the heart. That's the only thing that has a time. Will it now? Then reveal away by all means. Oh, how about if we team up for this Mr. Edgeworth? I guess it doesn't really prove a person, just that she died around that time. Dang it. Okay. Possibly captured anywhere. Do you have anything here in the evidence that could help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Okay, it needs to be a picture then. Not that. Needs to be a picture. Would it be the jacket on the floor, maybe? Um... mm, maybe not. It doesn't technically prove a killer, it just proves that somebody dropped the jacket on the floor, I guess. This is the only person, technically. But then that puts the blame back onto Blackquill. I hate doing this, but I can't think of any other thing. Sorry, Blackquill.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackquill, leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show any else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Are you serious? They didn't check. Well, okay, I'm agreeing with Miss Blackquill now. This system is just horrible. Then again, I feel like that's more the police. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Okay, somebody definitely just covered this up. Very well then, let's take a look. Alright. There, please stop it right there. There we go. Someone with a tear in their coat, an injured hand, obviously the victim. Or not the victim, the killer. Jeez. It's quite the screw up I did there. It's just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and the mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, therefore making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible, right? They're in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, Then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Yeah, I figured this was gonna happen. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how could it get back to the lab? Well, somebody must have brought it back. Killer brought it back. Possibly. Victim brought it back. Well, she's dead. The defendant brought it back. I don't know why she would bring her mother's jacket back. I guess it would be the killer. Killer always goes back to the scene of the crime. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradictions resolved. Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found? At the time of the murder? Well, I guess when the body was found. He left at the time of the murder. The only time the culprit would have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit would have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Alright. Who is it gonna be? Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the Hat 1 launch. One of those people had a special badge to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If that person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecution Peter Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories are to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. No, silence. The little princess who is truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anyone tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackquill. Humph. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner, isn't that? Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something that I've wanted to say, if you would lend me an ear. I have a possession, a lead on who Metis's murder is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackquill has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, someone hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat One rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. He knew not about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes? Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results, the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Makes sense. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself, but take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I'd better hold on to these real tight. Don't lose those, Phoenix. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of his voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation? Huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us into motion. What ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like you all to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. Humph. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. Humph. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes? Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will give my verdict. You... Apollo? Seriously? Not right now. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackquill. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Oh boy. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Alright. Well, I guess this is it. We'll finally know who killed Athena's mom. This should be the last chapter. Last chapter, guys. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. Dude, this is your friend. Come on now. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. Oh my god. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terrain. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackquill, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Hehe. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is this alright with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Humph. The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth? As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terrain. It It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in the boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terrain with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, the director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terrain's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Alright. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Come on, it has to be the same person. Has to be the Phantom. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terrain. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she is the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. How dare you? Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own coworker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Oh, I don't like that face. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terrain. You know what? I'm gonna press everything.
Hold it!
Because nothing he says is making sense to me right now. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terrain, my bracelet reacted. She said she never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. Well, because she lived there. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Because she lived there. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear my eye patch so I couldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Terrain. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Ugh. I guess he has a point. Does he though? But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. Alright. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
That's the lighter we found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But, Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes has absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terrain.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It would be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that someone else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall, there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terrain and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terrain's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First time I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until afternoon the next day. I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Then I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. But that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. That can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous case that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? The fact that you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. I don't know if he's old enough for you to call him vintage, but okay. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Apollo, you're too connected to this case. Please remove yourself. Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected he trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have really must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in the court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Who knows, but I'll definitely try. Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not everything you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternate escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternate escape route? You know what? There had to be. If the camera didn't catch the person, then there had to be. Yes, of course, there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside of me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside of me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vowed to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I used a process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door would the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? I think it's pretty obvious. I think it's still the Space Museum corridor. They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks' prints to get through the door. It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. culprit used that route, the only exit would have been in boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been in boarding lounge 2. Would it though? But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly, but the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw, but then Athena Sykes was the culprit. What would the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? I knew it was going this route. They must have figured out a way to, like, jump down from the corridors. Something like that. What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? Or maybe there's a way on the roof? I don't know. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a different route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when our alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look on your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? Let's see. The launch site? That's the only other place the rail goes. Let's try it. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep, well, the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternate place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. The ladder! And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? My brain just kept going back to the ladder, and I'm like, the ladder has something to do with it. The ladder has something to do with it. I knew it. Okay, come on. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the ladder? Oh, come on. Okay. So excited I probably missed it. Come on, where is it? Where is it? There it is. An emergency ladder? Mm-hmm. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackquill herself used the ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was removed. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leaped onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? I knew that ladder had something to do with it. That's all I gotta say. Order in the court. Well, an alternate escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right? Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again? Are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes, it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. That's a long distance. To 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit could be leaping to precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. But the Phantom never felt fear in the first place. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all. But the culprit just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was open. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in that brief moment, the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start before the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Maybe a phantom. Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Come on, Phoenix. Wait a minute. Aha! I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used the alternate escape route. Okay, come on. Where is it? Not the lighter. There we go.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. What? Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could use this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternate route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom, again. I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terrain as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terrain. What? What? Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be both, because both incidences were the work of the same Phantom. So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has to be haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentifiable international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So, I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why didn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made the leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean, the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used. That's right. Oh, we're so close. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Wait a minute. Wouldn't that be Fulbright? Miss Blackquill lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mysterious spy known as the Phantom. None other than who I don't even know if I want to select him. But he is kind of the most unlikely suspect, and he was the lead to the evacuation, so it kind of has to be him. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. After everyone else. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
Which means he can fake his emotions easily. What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, how could this be? Never mind that. Make sure you have him. That's easier, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put in use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered, even though he could have ordered to lower just all of them. The second is that he directed everyone to the basement shelter via this ladder. It was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terrain and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. And just as the corridor is passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. Grr, I can't believe it. That Adel-padded detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends all good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase is in justice we trust. Then his concern for Simon was also all just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackquill and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the only one who brought that blood-stained lighter to court too. Exactly. To frame Athena, and it was probably faked evidence. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena, damn it. How the hell did I fall for that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. You better he better still be here. I don't want to chase him around. Especially since we probably will never find him ever again. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Ah! Apollo! Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you... punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside of me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ouch! Well, he asked for it. Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now that... Now, what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? Didn't you punch him? Oh, well, slap. What? Slap and a punch isn't too far apart from each other. You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. It looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Hey, Edgeworth. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackquill has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackquill said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Miss Blackquill. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I didn't come because I had something to say to all of you. I did come to... Sorry, let me start again. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura, she'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackquill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis's killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Aura. Simon, I'm glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. And I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the Slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sty anytime just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Aw, she's crying. See, you do love your brother. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackquill did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir, the formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air feels fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to know how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackquill, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. You know what, speaking of which, where the heck is Pearl? She was supposed to watch over Athena. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena. I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're gonna prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it. Let's do this.
You won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Back to his old self. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? Yeah, why? Don't you want to stay and see everything wrap up for yourself? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. That is true. Now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackquill, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. But, Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackquill seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Definitely not. And he has every right to be grumpy until this guy is behind bars. Ha 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 ha, Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright. So, you know why you've been called to give testimony? Yep, because there is only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. Ha ha ha. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto the ladder. We don't have any proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. Nah, I guess you're right. Of course we are. But you can't define justice without evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Nah, please, don't throw the book at me. Ugh, tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But injustice is crystal clear. What's not clear is your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish. Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackquill. Prosecutor Blackquill looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackquill is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicious. As my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Ha 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 ha. Now, ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well. Mr. Wright, you please begin your cross-examination. Alright, here goes nothing. The embodiment of justice. Okay. Well, I know this isn't true, because we're not trying to make you into a villain with far-fetched arguments. You already are the villain, and our arguments are pretty sound.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Definitely forged. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dono? Especially about that lighter. He's right. But what exactly should I ask him about? The number of prints, the position of the prints. Let's just ask the number. Should be simple enough. So, how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of the right hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it? Added to my testimony. You got it. He beat me to it. Ha ha ha. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter, the thumb, index, and middle finger of a right hand. Alright, well, let's look at the lighter then, shall we? Evidence found by Detective Fulbright. It has Athena's prints on it in the victim's blood. Doesn't really say the print, like, number of prints. I can't really tell what fingers are there either. Well, this is the only way to prove it.
Objection!
The witness's statement is contradictory to the piece of evidence. Oh, okay, never mind. Maybe there's something that actually says, like, describes it better. I better check the statements against my evidence carefully. Okay. Let me look at what we have again. Has to be written down somewhere. Perp with left hand and knife in their right. There we go.
Objection!
You say the prints were from the right hand, is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Actually, looking at the lighter, the prints were of a right hand because you could see the thumb was the right side of a hand. Like, that's the only print that I saw that was very clear. But if we have somebody who saw the person holding the lighter with their left, there you go. But that doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackquill, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here is the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Nah. You're right. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, Why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean that little window in the back and to the right of the room. That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. Ah, so you're saying... Dang it, he's good. Yes, the culprit Miss Blackquill saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha. Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackquill saw was a reflection.
Silence.
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? Ha 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 ha. That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackquill said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no other emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter on their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. If the culprit had held it in their left hand, with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't be able to open it, let alone light it. But if they left it with their right hand, they would have easily opened it and lit it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter with their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction! It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. Ha 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 ha! Now see it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proved up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see, I'm not the phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. It's so very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter? Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to the statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice, Dono. Are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackquill. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on. Then. We have Prosecutor Blackquill's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes it, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on one side that you can see when held in the right hand. Right. Don't see anything. I seriously don't see a thing. He's so perfectly still. Literally don't see anything. Ugh. There has to be something. Well, he's talking about a right hand. Maybe we should just focus on his right hand for now. Okay. If there's nothing on this side, we'll focus on the other hand. Nothing. Okay. Let's what? Oh, oh, oh! I see that.
Gotcha!
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as you may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackquill? I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackquill insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Alright. How do we... Right. I don't... Okay, thumb. The back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right, it suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly the lighter was held with the right hand, so the emblem was visible. If so, the print should be around the emblem and on the lid where you can open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. Okay. It's hard to tell if the prints are from the right hand or the left just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. But this lighter definitely hides a secret. I agree. Let's check it out carefully. Okay. Maybe we'll check out the emblem itself. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. It's a gun! Wow, it transformed into something... A handle? A trigger? Is this what I think it is? There's no question. It seems what you have there is a gun. What? A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber? This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? So then, Detective Fulbright would touch this holster. That's right. Whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person could get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. Ah ha ha ha. There's nothing to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, I found it in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And those prints on it, Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that Detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions, coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos from the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackquill was holding, the person Miss Blackquill saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terrain, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints are on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Ha ha ha. Now you see, a man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackquill? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But, calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as a prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful sense of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think the lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while he was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What is this? A lighter? Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Yes. I just happened to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left on it, the owner of the prints, where the prints are on it. The owner of the prints. Are they really Athena's prints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints matched the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff? It appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Nah. Yes. The prints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terrain. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off of his own hand. Nah. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. Nah. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom, who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Nah. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Nah. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me. Or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Ah! Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information? And that's what you really are, Fulbright? That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? And if what you say is all true, then who is the mystery person Miss Blackquill and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. I don't completely believe this. He ordered me to get back that psych file you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to sniper's shots in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way now, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. I still think you're the Phantom. Especially with that face. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackquill. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackquill? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Evidence is everything. Right, Dono? Dude, like, he just keeps getting away with it. And you must admit, there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Nah. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. I totally think they're a lie. Prosecutor Blackquill. This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me, he actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackquill, you believe me! Please tell me that Prosecutor Blackquill hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you! Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand a guilty verdict with confidence. Ha 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 ha, very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Yeah, that's not really our ultimate goal anymore. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. Yeah, you're not getting away. Good going, Athena. The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? Hope you don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackquill for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? It means he has no emotions, just like the Phantom. We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get any counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him. Hee 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 hee, ho ho ho, ha 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 ha. Prosecutor Blackquill, can you believe the nonsense the defense is sprouting? Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too. I've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you'd believed me. Ha ha ha, now how you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychology manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Hehe. Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief in his response. But he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did, to the voice of the Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what inside Fulbright's heart. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this. Thank you for all believing in me, Prosecutor Blackquill. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad person for cooperating with such a man. Yeah, there's no emotion here whatsoever. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do? Uh-huh. Even with all this over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all. It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom's psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Gah! Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Ha ha ha, sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackquill. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try your lack of emotions on us. Ha 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 ha. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading. Huh? But he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Garr. Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just, as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup, with almost no emotion fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackquill. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. Ha ha ha. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the one who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right? No. Analyze away. But I will state it again. I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis is cleared up now. It's going all over the place. Oh, wait a minute. The sadness is stable. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of the chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock. You felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? Huh? A fear that a man that hardly any emotion feels? Huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because your identity will be revealed, you lost it, or you failed to steal it. Probably because his identity will be revealed. That's the ultimate thing that he's been trying to stop this whole time. He did steal it. I don't think he lost it. Of course, that's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There's are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. So he's actually afraid of death. Because it's something that he knows they're able to kill him. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the Moonrock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the Moonrock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Huh. It's an interesting theory.
Hold it!
Where do you think you're going? Uh-huh. Can't get away. Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try and get away? How many more of these toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the Moonrock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyers. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Ah! And what was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Eek! It's all just a waste of time. All your at anal efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the Moonrock anyway? Ugh. Well, I admit, I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they can see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key into getting to the truth. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the Moonrock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotion is quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But Your Honor. Hee 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 hee. Ho ha 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 ha. There, you see, nobody believes you, and you're trumped up with charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regarding to the moon rock. This is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. Hee 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 hee, ho ho ho, hee ha 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 ha. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock. Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. Humph. Humph. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? With your detective reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackquill, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us, the Phantom, were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of Law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Hee 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 hee, ho 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 ho, ha 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 ha. Trust, understanding? Ha! Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Alright, let's see now. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. Has to be a reason. Air weapon used on terrain. Athena also used one of these to stab Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago. Something with his hand, maybe? Earring Dr. Sykes gave Athena. The stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. Don't think that has anything to do with it. Motions. Corridor. Statement. Detonate. Number 4 fragments are being analyzed. Don't think this has anything to do with it. You know what? If the moon rock can somehow prove who he is, I feel like the knife can also somehow prove who he is. So maybe the two are connected.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terrain. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. He does have gloves on. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes even stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he was afraid that the blood was analyzed. His true identity would be revealed. That would make sense. That explains why the Phantom was to be removed. Oh, the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean, if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom was? Ha 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 ha. Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. Ah! What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage. Gah! Go on, right, Dono? Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why's that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. Ah, how could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But then the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it could just disappear. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. The satellite. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, so can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can. Your Honor? What? Oops, sorry, I mean... What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? The Hope Capsule.
Take that!
That's the Hope Capsule, right? The one that went up to the Hat 1 rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope Capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes. And the team must have loaded it into the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock wouldn't have launched up into space along with the rocket. Would have. Preposterous. It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? Order in the court. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others fooled that Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. Yeah. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it could make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So, he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back. I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but... At the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay to make his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto the capsule for all he was worth until the very last breath. Oh, you're so funny, you make me laugh, you really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it to all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question. But in any case, you could say anything is a trap. Hee 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 hee. Ho ho ho. Ha 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 ha. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence.
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself, if I must, here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackquill. Hey, you guys aren't really... Edgeworth! It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee of two officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill? You'd best brace yourself. Okay, everyone take a deep breath. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Oh. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean... Yes, that man here is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man... Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. What the? No! His face! Robot? Aw. Look at what you did to my mask. Oh, or is it just a mask? Okay. Mask? What is the meaning of this witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. Oh, this is it. Wait, what? Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
I don't think so. Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If you compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice. Those words. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means. Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessarily. Now give me that evidence. No. Huh? Humph. Time to take it out the trash. Humph. Time to take out the trash permanently. How could you? Now, do you see now how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. But that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Just show us already. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you the master of psychology, Blackquill? That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now I'll resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh. I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that you know now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of Phantom Trap won't work anymore. Then, why don't you bring this moon rock in? It's decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I'll do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Fudge! It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens. Crap. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in the courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know, I'm trying. There's one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? I know exactly what fragment exists. Could it be the earring that Athena's wearing? Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Take that!
Take a look at this. And what is that, may I ask? This is the last fragment of hope that I have. This is what will give us the strength to carry on. I see. Not exactly the reaction I was hoping for. Mr. Wright, for the sake I will pretend I didn't— oh my god, okay. I think I showed it a bit too quickly then. Because that's definitely what we need to lead up to. At least that's my hypothesis. So let's see. Oh, that was destroyed. Maybe not. What else is there? This? It's right there. There. Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying that this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, especially right there. The 7K. Please take a look at this newspaper article. The article about the hat one. Please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when you look at the photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on the blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, fool Bright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackquill, what do the test results show? There was a rock fragment with that blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed? Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it as the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom. Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Oh, this is gonna be weird. Yeah, that's weird. Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, do you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in your photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it, but how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove that they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
I think this is where the earring comes in. Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment to the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody could see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. That's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom, and I was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet I suppose it's not completely out of the question. Ha ha ha, I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we just get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they're from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. And that moon rock doesn't exist anymore. And there's no sample data left either. So, you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from the moon rock. Oh, no! Yes, there is. There's really no way to prove it. Ha ha ha. Are you finally getting to throw in the towel?
Objection!
We're never gonna throw in the towel. So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is that true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. Alright. Earring time. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget and this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkest part of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defensive sample of the moon rock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from the original moon rock. What? All this time. It was right in front of us. I'm guessing that's what he said. Could not read fast enough. No, nah, it can't be. It was right here all along. Close enough. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have any identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside of you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do? I didn't have anyone to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside of me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? Ha 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 ha. How can I run away from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. And that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trusting in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me is this? No. Ah! I'm afraid, I'm scared, I have fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. My own true face? Come on, guy. No, please don't. See, I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face? I don't have one. My face, my face, my face. This is really cool. Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No. No. This isn't me either. Is this me? Oh, which one is my face? Where am I? Oh, who am I? Ah! Yeah, I figured he'd get shot eventually. He did pretty much out himself. Will he finally be able to see his real face, though? A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackquill? How is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Wow. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright Dono submitted is the composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders, and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present, and all, yeah, the bombing in the courtroom number 4, and all his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. Therefore, there are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. It's okay, it's only for a few seconds. Now then, this court finds the defendant Athena Sykes not guilty. See, I told you, only a few seconds. Court is adjourned. Now let's wrap this up. This chapter, I mean. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Hey, Pearls, where the heck have you been? Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong through the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackquill permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to a successful conclusion. Besides, It was you who saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Of course it was him. Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owe you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think you can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackquill has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It wouldn't kill you. Besides, the frown of that brow of yours just keeps getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between love-long rivals. I just said lifelong rivals. Sorry about that. Athena. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam, while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Aww. Just barely. But I still made it. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally get your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai, though, through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Agency and... almost said Wright Agency anything. Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free, thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. And I'll be needing you both to help me. To help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, you know one thing we have to do? We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? Humph. As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In any case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? 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 I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everyone involved in the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you've grown up to be such a generous gentleman? Phoenix is about to have an aneurysm, I think. Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair. I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. Objection! I love how that was a button. I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly, so I decided to get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find the lost cat, install air conditioner, give computer lessons. I think I should have found him a few legal cases. Nah, that's okay. This is Wright Anything Agency after all. And Athena and Paul are so wonderful in court. I'd bet better studies so I can be a judge someday. My grandma says eat a lot of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I better figure out which ones to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun, red peppers. The end of the dark age of the law, you say? Tisk tisk, how naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Eek! Nice. I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler. He's scheduled to go up against the amazing Tails next. Oh, what to do, a fight to the finish with myself. Why don't you ask the demon lawyer? That's not a bad idea, bet he'd fall for it. Caw, caw. So we meet our foes, my little friend. Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of the Nine Tails Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? I just took over Rex Kyubi for a good... What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, you, what do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor? Ah, the jig is up. Better make a run for it. I thought I would want to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Thena done, I started to become genuinely interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. Oh, I'm gonna prosecute Thena someday. You'll S-E-E-E? I'm studying the buns off. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own. With a score of 100 points, of course. Heh, Juniper, our dream job will live on forever! I found it really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them. Is it because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer? But anyway, thanks to the trial school's newspaper, now I see what the fresh blood... Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy. The one night only reunion concert. I still remember that evening. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever seen. Judge a court someday, jam session with her. I'd be the coolest thing ever, ja? I can already... Man, I really can't keep up with the reading today. I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I have to do is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come back here once her training is over? Ha ha ha. Humanity's dreams for outer space will never end. In fact, planning the Hot 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look at me, people, great nation, will witness glory of the Yuri cosmos. What do you... Oh, director. Yes, yes, rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. I'll leave everything... You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Assistant? Does that mean... I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Matus could see me to the moon and show them. But which would be more interesting? Motus Praise or Motus... I think it would be great either one. Yay, hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than them. Oh, Miss Aura, I just wanted you to use me again like I used... Okay, then. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I should never give up. But I'm worried. I can't breathe in space, and the fact it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services to defend my sister. And no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and your wish to think... perhaps. He and I shall meet in the courtroom in the near future. I look forward to your next month's salary. Eek! Please forgive me. Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills to the prosecutor office. I would solve thawed, chilled winter or the warm spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude, but I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. Is that everyone? There we go. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the dual Destinies. I believe there is still one more story left, but it is like a DLC story, which luckily comes with the trilogy, so we'll be playing that next. And I've broken it into 2 parts because I've heard it's pretty long, so that'll be planned for tomorrow and the day after. I guess we're kind of stuck at the credits at this point. I can't seem to really press anything. Not gonna lie, I kind of need to go to the washroom too, so I think I'm just gonna end stream here. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Oh, and keep your eye out. I will be uploading this to my YouTube channel as well as the last stream. I haven't forgotten. Alright, see you guys later. Bye. Sorry, there was a little bit left. Tried to hold out as long as I could, just in case.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Come on, dude, you can do it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
Lift off.
Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Ah, yeah!
All right.
Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache. Honestly, as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. The end. Alright, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll be ending stream for real this time. Bye, guys.